expose. So easy it is for my existence to exist in your mouth as a fact intact, yet unbeknownst. So effortlessly, my infinite enormity is unanimously reduced to singularity. So confidently, I am poured into a word I abhor, the apparent jar transparent yet opaque from my perspective. So casual is the label slapped abreast as I silently attest, try my best to unstick the adhesive thick, the ink smudged, smeared, indelible, made illegible, but still seared and clear, both near and from far, far, far away. I am not what you say I am, but I am. Not what, but who, not say, but do, and act, and be, and how. How did you see what was hidden from me? Hidden by me. I am. Thank you. This one I wrote on Sunday when I had COVID. Very fun. But this is called But. I like big butts. Yeah, you know how that one goes. Oh my God, Becky, some mix-a-lot flows, but the butts of which I can't deny are not the ones I'm sliding into. Today, the butts in question, not peachy fuzz, warm and ample jelly buzz, but 3 letters fused, simple, pure, that caused for me a holy war. These butts butt up against the truth. A coordinating conjunction, that's its use, yet useless to convey it all. You pray and betray your son. Let's name him Paul. A but should connect to explain and contrast, but how can its fragility maintain and contain the vast ors and ands, howevers, or those, but perhaps a lapse in its power, a collapse in its pose? When a but was wielded so effortlessly, to me it was offered yet with warmth but a plea. This love, it flows free unconditionally, but the but that dropped next hit me viscerally. When you say that you love me, but do not accept. When you turn the cheek, but before you wept. When the sun burns bright, but you swear it's cold. When your earth is flat, but we spin a globe. When you spend pink pounds but refuse to march. When you guzzle and drench but your neighbour's parched. When you're elected power but the butt of a joke. When you bare your soul but your family choke. But, what if a but can help us to see? All of the spectrum transcend binary, not paradise lost, but paradox found. Within contradiction, we begin to astound. So let's shake our healthy butts round and around. Baby got back. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Oh my goodness. Can you believe Paul has never performed poetry before? A huge round of applause, please, for Paul. Reminder, if you're sat there desperate to perform, I have a tiny bit of space left at the end. You come find me, I'm in the crowd, and I can sign you up, all right? Meanwhile, we're moving straight into our next poet, fabulous Ipswich-based Tony. Welcome, everybody. Tony.
Minding the cable. I've only got one poem, I'm afraid, folks. And thank you to all the wonderful poets who come before me. This is going to pile into insignificance. It's called, In the End, Who Gives a Fuck? This is to all those who care to deride. We wear our own badge with pride. Our skin is thick from your shrill, immune from your mainstream drill. Everybody has a right to life, no matter what you do with your sarcastic knife. Call us anything for your fun. We will always bask under the same sun. Gay, lesbo, homo, et al. We will not listen to your carrion call. Strength comes from unity, not from others' punity. I stare at you in the face, your attitude a disgrace. We are all like sisters and brother, meant to look after one another. We are all made of life's rainbow, made from sun and rain to glow. For we stand and we will not hide. We wear our own badge with pride. Sorry, I totally fluffed up the last verse there. I'm at the Spread Eagle tomorrow afternoon, by the way.
Thank you very much, everybody. Tony! Fabulous. Okay, so moving on, our next performer is sat over there. This is your, letting you know it's you next. Please welcome Dale Corey to the stage. Woohoo!
Yeah, a little bit. How's that? Yeah, that works. Oh, Jesus Christ, there's so many of you. And all of you are so pretty, I'm going to die. More pertinently, I am going to be reading a sampling from the books that I have published over the last year or so. The first is a excerpt from the first book, From Least to Least. This and its sequel, Octology, will be are available for purchase on Amazon for Kindle and in paperback, and also purchasable at Darl Lane Books on St. Peter Street. No, not St. Peter Street, the other one. Darl Lane, yeah. Darl Lane Books, Darl Lane. First one for you, called Uncount the Ways. Love shouldn't be conditional. Love shouldn't hinge creakily on as long as you stay here, stay her, stay him, stay in that lovely little shape I made of you. Love shouldn't compromise. Love shouldn't be unflinching, unwilling to compromise. Love shouldn't fight, and it shouldn't not fight, and it shouldn't fight over the smallest and biggest of things, all laid out before the committed signature is even dry. Love shouldn't burn too hot, take the body and heart into its embrace so bright that nothing else can be seen but stark silhouettes. Love shouldn't languish, be but the last breaths of a candle wick, ready to die to the next wrongly worded thought. Love shouldn't make your stomach twist, nor make your heart too light to function. Love shouldn't be a casual thing, an anticlimactic circle of indifference in the hand. Love shouldn't be that indifference, show no respect, refuse to intertwine. Love shouldn't cling like moss to suffocated lungs, strike out all chance of a life well lived. Love shouldn't refuse to live itself. Love shouldn't live to excess. Love shouldn't hurt. Love shouldn't hurt. Love shouldn't hurt. Funny, we get so caught up in what love shouldn't, and so rarely examine what it should. Thanks. Second one is from the second book, Octology. It's an anthology of horror, hence Octology, October. So it's horror and gay horror, my three favorite things. But I'm going to throw you in on the deep end a little bit with this one, with the real horror. In the full-blooded moon, in the darkest of nights, when all manner of creepies crawl into the light, there is one that's the most horrifying e'er known. The idea that you're born and at once set in stone. They look at your chromosomes, look at your genes, open your legs and stare at the gametes, then declare it's a boy, or a girl, so to speak, with nary a thought as to the soul underneath. Now, I can't blame them there, they're not mind readers, but if smoke and minds are ignored, that's where the fear is. Mum, I'm a girl. Oh, you're too young to know. I'm fucking 42, how much further to go? It's just a phase, darling, it's going to pass. So is your diet, but I don't give you flack. They're transing our children. You mean they're yielding the floor to their autonomy instead of concealing? There's no such thing as a non-binary gender. Yeah, and lukewarm water's part of the gay agenda. You're born one thing that cannot be changed. And yet I'm not the size of a baby. How strange. And even if we take it as intended, I'm trying, complete stagnation? How terrifying. Now, I'm not speaking from experience, understand? I've been really quite lucky, unless there's a catch. I've not had the reactions of which I can't make light. Disownment, punishment, the snuffing of life. But that doesn't mean I'm not hyper-aware of how long it takes people like me to get there. So, all jokes aside, you know what the real horror is, besides ingrained systems and perceived powerlessness? Well, like I said, the idea that we can't explore who we'll become from who we were before. We are not bound to the burdens of birth. You don't need to confine yourself to be of worth. So under this moon, on these darkest of nights, when the stark reality of things comes to light, be a beacon for those who can't move their feet along the path of life. Let them change. Let them be. I'll get out your hair now.
Wow. Okay, wait, hang on. Come back. Show us the book and remind me, where do we get the book, please?
They are purchasable from Amazon, but
Wow.
and in paperback.
Yeah.
On Dowlane Books.
Dowlane. What's the call? So we've got from Least to Least by Dale Corey, and then Octology by Dale Corey. Make sure you buy the book if you enjoyed that. Very exciting. Round of applause for Dale. Okay, I'm going to welcome up then. This is going to be our last performer tonight. Unless anybody else is desperate, then you can come and tell me. So I'm very excited because if just telling from the wings alone, this is going to be amazing. Please welcome Mimi. Come on, Mimi. They're going to fly up to the stage, and it's all yours.
Yeah. Hi, thank you. Yeah, courtesy of Poundland during Halloween. So yeah, I'm gonna start off with quite a short one. Then I'm gonna do a couple others. I will save some of my later poems, just content warnings of mental health issues and kind of toxic and abusive relationships, just so people are aware. This is just gonna kind of short, sweet one to start off that I don't quite have a name for. Me and gender are long-distant pen pals, but I've never been one for writing letters. Me and gender are a toxic friendship in which both parties are glad when the other is gone. Me and gender are history turning to legend, turning to myth. Okay, thank you. Ooh. Sorry, they're all in one folder. Okay. Cool, okay, this next one is called How Did I Make It to 20? So I'm turning 20. I never expected to live this long, which is weird because I'm only almost 20. It's not like I'm 80 and shocked I got this far after a life of bad decisions and cigarette smoke. For a while, I never expected to make it past 16. My peers were choosing colleges and I was choosing funeral songs. Iris by the Goo Goo Dolls, Little Lion Man by Mumford & Sons, Let Her Go by Passenger. If for nothing else, I'm glad I lived long enough to get a better taste in music. I used to sit and wonder how people would react if I died. Stare at their faces, imagine a tremble in the lips, a hollow look in the eye. Except my dad. I'd look at his face like I was trying to answer a riddle in a language I do not speak. For I don't believe we share a mother tongue. We used to communicate like wind blowing through trees, whistles on the wind, car radios blasting. Then the north gust turned cold and bitter. The leaves browned and died until the first time my dad cried. So I'm turning 20. And although I've kept you at arm's length like barbed wire, stopping trespassers, damaging what isn't theirs to damage, I want you to be there. I want you to see it. Thank you. This next one I still have not come up with a proper name for, so it is just called Gender and Stars. Okay. I have this little pocketbook of constellations I keep in my bag at all times. It is the Collins Gem's Guide to the Night Sky. Its sweetly short introductions is one of my favorite things to read. Quote, early celestial cartographers drew the constellations as they pleased. There was no standardized shape for each one, nor was there even a generally agreed upon list of constellations. Each cartographer was free to introduce new constellations to their own invention, to amend or omit the inventions of others. End quote. The sky was a ravenous wasteland full of fools drawing borders without a pencil. Each with equal and less authority than those around them. Only thing they could trust was their eyes and their minds and the animated stories they could create. A schoolyard full of children projecting images onto a cloud that changed with the wind, trying to make sense of a life they stumbled into. In the spirit of the quote, I too admitted a few words to make my description of the cloud roll off the tongue. I only amended one word, his. They kept referring to the cartographers when in the singular as he and his. The stars, no matter what, are always called they, or simply by name. Maybe it's because constellations are a cluster of stars sewn together with story, or maybe in their vastness they are too much to comprehend by a mindless society split in two. Thank you. This is my last one, and it's called An Entertaining Kind of Toxic. Let me quote my favorite films at you and have you call them yours. Watch my interests and passions on a screen. We cheer, we cry, and at the end you say, it was an okay film, but I know a better one, a more interesting story, more deserving of being told. It will make you forget your own and you won't even realize. Swept up in the fantasy, feeling lucky they even gave me a speaking role, begging to reprise it in the sequel. The Bechdel test is coming up soon, and I was too busy learning lines to see you didn't study. Well, you have one flashcard saying Shelob is female. That counts, right? Of course, thank you for these breadcrumbs we followed through the mountains, savoring each one, not knowing if I would lose the trail, if I would lose you. You, the director to my impressionable child star, showing me what to do, telling me how to do it better, because you are just oh so clever. As long as conversation never drifts to someone else's territory, as long as we sit tight and cozy in your niche, you can convince yourself you are the smartest person in the room. Given a false sense of importance by inability to connect or care, placed atop the hierarchy of delusion, the protagonist, the hero, the underdog, and I am the understudy. Didn't even get the part of partner or sidekick. I do get to work as a stagehand, facilitating your vision, assisting your quest. A prop on the side of the stage so poorly made, can't even stand up on its own. Hung up with wires, bound up with rope. Clearly I am so bad at this job, I just can't cope. You even had to step in to do the gaslighting. Sorry, I mean stage lighting. I mean every light wasn't pointed at you, so you had to forcibly fix it, changing the colored gels to red, giving the stage a glow of warmth and danger. Wait, I swear I did it. Stood atop the shaky ladder, pointing all the spotlights on you. Or did you do it? Or did she? Confusion can feel like madness when the one with all the answers is such an awful memory. What film were we watching again? All right, thank you very much. Cheers.
Mimi, everybody. Thank you very much. Okay, so we are coming towards the end of our poetry showcase. But we definitely need a round of applause, please, for Rose, our incredible interpreter here. They've done an amazing job there. I cannot imagine how, the poetry that goes into trying to translate as well. Very interesting. So, before I thank everybody and read out all of our names again, I'm going to do a last poem for you all, if that's all right. Here we go. This is called A Patchwork Sex. Content warning, it talks about sex. Mine is a patchwork sex. A shell found on the beach gave the curl to my first labia. Half a lemon taken in my palm became my first breast. Romance came from disturbed dust in the basement. and was given a distracted look through. Thank goodness my mum throws nothing away. My attachment style found me, briefly teaching me how to latch on just before it left, of course. Love languages keep squeezing from acrylic paint tubes like the splutter from the separated top bit of ketchup. Yes, my sex is ketchup. Fucking was a moving object, a badly behaved pet. Some years, sex was a great dribbling dog. Others, it was feline, hard to convince to come out from under the bed. Good pussy. My cock came free with purchase, arrived fully furnished, but the white goods are my own. My vagina started out as a communal swimming pool where I burnt my foot on a cigarette, but I keep on going back because the waters are divine. My sex is tracked in an app on my phone and floated on the free market. My sex is traded in jars at a Whole Foods store. My sex will never win Drag Race. The sound of my sex was first sung in 1990 in the Little Mermaid soundtrack. Then it was taken hand in hand by ABBA Gold and Madonna's Immaculate Collection, who yanked it between shapes, and I called that dancing. I called that taking scissors to a rug. My sex is taking scissors to a rug. My sex comes unfrozen at night with Kim Cattrall in the film Mannequin. My sex was sewn together into a quilt in 1987 to remember all of those who died. Fuck you, Reagan. My sex died in a hospital bed, was born in a hospital bed. My sex was changed in a hospital bed. My sex is 3 bouncy balls. It's a dildo in the back of a bathroom selfie. It's a broken Doric column. My sex is out of opposition to Maya Four-Starter. My sex is an island. It's been invaded and colonized and cancelled. It is something I stick onto my stomach according to the phases of the moon. It is the moon and all her lovers. My sex is sex, work is work, and it's worth it and it's worthy. My sex has rights. And my sex's rights deserve to be defended, like when my sex was elected to be the mayor of Bangor. My sex has no rights. And yet, people have been singing the song of my sex for as long as they could sing. All the queers going do 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 do. My sex is transgender and transsexual. It is Transylvania. It is the Transformers in disguise and the transatlantic pipeline. It is transformative and trans-shamanic and a transponder. My sex is ancient and eternal, and my sex just got here. It was invented yesterday. Actually, it hasn't even arrived yet. It's still out for delivery, but definitely not available on Amazon. Fuck you, Amazon. It is something I have cut off and stuck back onto me, something I have taped together and massaged where it joins with glitter and bio oil. It is something I have made earrings out of and wrapped around me for comfort, passed down through my family. It is patchwork. It is constructed. It is fake and biological and innate. It is mine and I love it and it loves me and it's all up to me. So now I've told you that. I've shared mine. You know what I'm going to ask next, right? Why don't you show me yours? Okay, right. So, thank you all. You have been an amazing audience. Thank you to the University of Suffolk for letting us come here and do some very queer poems. A reminder of who you've heard tonight. You have heard Rachel Davey. Woo! Round of applause. You have heard Jem Fell. You have heard the incredible Paul. You have heard Tony, Dale Corey, amazingly well done, Mimi, and of course, I have been your hostess, Eleanor Wolfe. We'll be back here a little bit later. We have a talk with Ebony and a few others. We're going to talk about disability and queerness and how that might intersect. Meanwhile, thank you all so much, and I will see you at the next one. Thank you very much, guys. Good.
East Company Vertigus, I think. Come to the stage. And a round of applause for them, please. Come on. Big 'em up, big 'em up, big 'em up. Right. Oh dear, there's an accident. That's what happens when. Right. Big round of applause to the Dance East Vertigus Company. That was really beautiful. Really beautiful. Sorry. Riff. Okay. So, could I do another number here? Is it possible? All right. So, where's everyone been today? Because I've been getting ready. I'm in a twist here. Has anyone did anyone do the parade today? Ah, wonderful. I'm gonna sit this in its stand. Oh, it's not. There we go. Wonderful. Right. So here we are. We're here, and yes. And I think it's a nice bright, well, it's dry at least. I hope it's dry. I don't know. I'm assuming it is. It smells like it is dry, according to my senses. So that's a good idea. That's good. And, well, I was really, my background is dance myself. And so I was pretty much, I was like, oh my God, yes, contact improvisation. Love it. Fusing contemporary, keeping it alive. Love it. So it was really beautiful to see that piece, to experience that. And yeah, it's nice that everyone could be here to do it. I'm chattering on because there's something coming up soon. So I'm here to I might actually do you a little number without music. How brave is that? Right. Because we don't have, yeah, it is very brave. I'm going to do it anyway. Right, here we go. Put my cane down. It's supposed to be summer, right? Is it? Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, it's all the same. We can hope for a bit of summer, at least. So here we go. I'm going to hope this mic stand is a good spot. Right, there we go. Here we go. I'm going to do a bit of... If whoever is next, if they arrive, they have to intervene and let me know. I'm singing. Right. Summertime. And the live. Sorry? Cool. So I'm going to disappear. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
welcome to Suffolk Pride and the Arts Stage. My name's Ellie, I'm back again, and I am here to chair this little panel where we're going to talk about disability and queerness and how they intersect and interact. If we can have a little bit of hush whilst we are chatting, because we've got some amplification, but it's not perfect. So, let me introduce my amazing panel, and I would like some applause as I do so. This is Zoe Arnold. Zoe, hello, you can say hello. Zoe is a fashion blogger and content creator who makes and talks about disability, fashion, accessible travel, and you can find them on Instagram. What's the at?
At Zoe's Story.
At Zoe's Story. Zoe is also a dressmaker specializing in making adaptive and size-inclusive clothing. And very excited to have Zoe Arnold with us. Next to Zoe, we have the incredible Ebony Rose Dark.
Hello.
Hello. You have already seen Ebony today. They have been hosting tonight and have been doing an amazing job with some lovely numbers. Ebony Rose Dark is a VIP cabaret and dance performance artist. Ebony's performances are an unapologetic and proud celebration of race, sexuality, and disability through movement, song, lip sync, and altogether fabulousness. Hello, Ebony.
Hi.
And then next to Ebony, we have the absolute incredible Lucy Edwards. Lucy is an absolute superstar. She's on the committee with us at Suffolk Pride and has worked incredibly hard to make this whole program today and the day be as inclusive and as accessible as possible. They are in their day job a lawyer living in Ipswich. They're Suffolk Pride's head of inclusion and access, and Lucy is passionate about disability rights and making events accessible for all, and should be very pleased with how well today's going, I think. Yes, hello, Lucy.
Hello.
So we're going to be having fun here. We're going to be trying to share the microphone as much as possible, but firstly, hello. So we are, all four of us here identify as queer in some way. Some of us also trans and non-binary, and also, crucially for today, disabled as well. So my first question for us all is to talk about what do we think some of the biggest issues facing queer and disabled people are today? What do you think some of the challenges you guys face every day?
Honestly, probably not being listened to and not taken seriously. It's common that if you have a disability, you're infantilized, people don't think that you can make your own decisions and have a tendency to talk over you whether you're part of the conversation or not. If you add disability into that and into queer spaces, you find that there's not a lot of provision, and so you end up with sort of a double threat of homophobia and ableism and just trying to get on with life while navigating the two, really.
Double the difficulty mode.
Yeah, following on from that, I've just found it's a bit of a strange cocktail, not the most tastiest or pleasant one, where I feel like, and the word community is a word which kind of like, there's fragments of community. It's not is together as it should be, I feel. And someone said something really funny the other day. It's not, but it's a fact. And the fact of the matter is that no matter who you are, one day you'll come across having or experiencing some kind of disability. And I think it's really important that people pay attention or self-educate even their level of awareness of disabilities, because there are many, ones that you see and ones you don't. And I think that's when people start to do that, then we might be able to move forward more as an understanding community when we actually get one another and we're not treated as, oh, you're a bit strange, or you don't look like me, and this kind of attitude, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Ebony, you're absolutely right. I think it's still seen as, with disabled people, like you're sort of seen as maybe like not having a sexuality. I think that people just sort of assume that I don't know, you're disabled and that's your only defining feature. And I think that at the moment, for disabled people and disabled adults in particular, one of the biggest challenges for me is I think it's sort of accessible housing is a massive one. You know, we talked last week about how if your life sort of milestones as a disabled person are often quite delayed because you can't necessarily move out of your parental home in the same way that your peers can. To live independently is really difficult and really, really expensive. Kind of being disabled is quite an expensive hobby, isn't it? So I feel like
any of us ever made.
so yeah, I think it's like the lack of support out there, and I think, you know, it's why I just think it's so important to have like visible people like Zoe and Ebony, who are absolutely fantastic at campaigning online, and you know, we just need to hear these people's voices more because they've got so much more to add. You know, like disability is always seen as a negative. There's so many positive things about being disabled, and just the more that you include disabled people, just like life is better for everyone. You need to know what different people's perspectives are. You need to hear these different people's voices.
Yeah, and I think that perhaps post-pandemic as well, what Ebony was talking about, that lots of people suddenly have had to reckon with a change in their own kind of abilities, when the rest of us have been sat over here kind of waving our flags on these issues for quite a while. Suddenly now people are joining us in that world. And something I navigate quite often and find interesting is you would think in the LGBT plus community, which is already kind of slightly othered, that they would be understanding or welcoming. But do you guys find sometimes a slightly more challenging thing if you are also queer and then disabled on top of that as well?
To get to my local gay bar when I was at university, I had to go around the back of the building, past the bins, in through the garden, through a crowd of drunk people having a fag, and then if I was really, really lucky and one of my mates was like waving, the bartender might notice me in front of the bar, which was like here. So just ordering a Coca-Cola and having a dance with your mates was made to be like an Olympic-style trek around unforeseen obstacles and possible bin juice. So you didn't feel very welcome.
It's so I'm quite a sociable person, and so before moving to Brighton, I used to go out quite a lot, and I was the odd one because I'd walk in with my cane, and the first thing people do is the ones who, I'm not criticizing anyone, but the ones who take a bar job and don't speak at the bar, but you're working in a bar, so you actually have to speak, or I don't know, like the bar needs to organize having placed something if you're not able to speak, because it is the most frustrating thing when you've got my friend shouting at me going, oh, he's holding up 4 fingers, I think it means £4. And I'm like, well, this is not good enough. I'm like, listen, you need to speak to me, like just tell me how much things are. I don't see the price, I don't see what you've got, and that's what I'm asking you. It's your job, and this is the thing. And it's and it goes in, it's really strange. In some places, people are absolutely fantastic. In other places, people are absolutely dreadful. And the other thing is to do with access to like toilets and things, is that it's 2022 and there's a pot of money which all venues by now should have used to install a disabled toilet, or in some cases, a disabled bathroom and toilet. And the LGBT scene have got a lot of work to do on creating accessible venues for everyone. these kind of things.
So that's some pretty concrete things you could be doing. If you go to an LGBT plus venue, you are welcome to ask them why don't they have an accessible toilet, and can they install it? You guys can ask for that as well. It doesn't just have to be the disabled people doing the work for that. We need you guys to be asking and thinking about us as well. Is that right? How have you all found experiences at Prides as well? Lucy? Get real close to the mic, darling. Come on.
Sorry, love. So my experiences of Pride before now have been, I've loved them. I've really enjoyed being there. But you kind of have to very much. There's a lot of forward planning, a lot of thinking about how you're going to manage the day, which can be quite exhausting, and sometimes overshadow the day for you. And I think, one of the reasons why I got involved in Suffolk Pride is because I think I feel like I must be a bit of a control freak, because I think that if I'm helping to organise it, I know I can get it set up in a way that is accessible as best as I possibly can. But obviously, not you shouldn't have to do that. Not everyone is able to. So I think sort of hit and miss is what I'd say. But I feel like it's where we just need to encourage, get more disabled people involved and listen to. I think London Pride, they're doing good things, but I think it can always be better, and you need to really signpost your accessibility, because if you don't know about it, then there's kind of no point in doing it.
Okay, so I'm gonna let's big up what you've been doing. What have Suffolk Pride done today to make things more accessible?
So we've got a changing places toilet, which is kind of, I feel like, when you talk about toilets and people are like, why does Lucy bang on about toilets all the time? But it's it's quite an important part of the day. And so that's amazing. It's got sort of a tracked hoist, so people who are less mobile can access it. We've got our wonderful BSL interpreters. We made sure that all of our venues were accessible, which sadly in Ipswich, Ellie, you'll remember, wasn't super easy, was it? No. We found the places that were the most accessible, and we've also got the wonderful Ace Anglia, who are an incredible local charity. They work with adults with learning disabilities, and they're here all day today, meeting and greeting people, just talking to them, including them, and signposting them to all of our accessible facilities.
Can we have a round of applause for all of the amazing work that Lucy has been putting in? I mean, whether you're a control freak or whatever, what you've managed to channel your neuroses into really good work. So, Zoe, I wondered, we talked last week about how sometimes your experience being disabled can change the way that you come out. And it can kind of change how quickly you come to it or how it works. Do you want to talk a bit about that?
Yeah, so one of the things that you'll find is that disabled people tend to come out just a little bit later than other people, sometimes decades later. And a lot of that is, like Lucy said, we end up living with our parents for a very long time. Not everybody has a safe space to come out. I was super lucky that I grew up in a family where my mother couldn't care less. I came out to my mother as bisexual. I've since kind of just given that up and went for queer. But when I came out as a teenager, I was really upset about it, because my school, I was talking to my friends about it, and you know how these things go around, and I didn't think it was a big deal, because it wasn't a big deal for me at home. I'm just going to give up with my mask. And so I got pulled out of my English class by one of the teachers, and they were like student support. They were supposed to deal with not only behavioural issues, but students with disability. They were your go-to safeguarding people. And these people who are supposed to be protecting your students said that if I didn't come out to my mum that evening, they were going to call her and basically out me. So it turned into this great big huge scary deal, and I came home and I was really upset, and I was in tears. My mum was like, what is going on, you massive drama queen? I was like, I like girls and boys! Mum was like, yeah, and your uncle's gay. Do you want your potatoes mashed or boiled?
It wasn't a surprise.
It was, no, Mum was like, yeah, the Keira Knightley thing kind of gave it away. It was Pirates of the Caribbean. Anybody else's gay awakening Pirates of the Caribbean? Just me? All right, just me.
How did everybody else find coming out?
Oh wow, it was a long journey. So and the story goes like this. Summarize it. So I was 5 years old, and I remember before I was taken out of school, because that's when I had my brain tumor on optic nerve, that's visual impairment. My first interaction was with another 5-year-old called Michael, and I remember him very well. And I'm sure he's gay now, or queer now, whatever. Anyway, and then that was that. There was a huge gap in and out of hospitals, in and out of school, and then I went to college, and that's when it all went a bit crazy. And I had a year of counselling, and she kind of, the thing, I go to session, and she'd send me a link on my mobile, and I'd read about it, and this is how it kind of worked for a whole year. So what happened, as I came out to all my friends, really bad, all my friends, apart from one, and she tells me this to this day, I was the last one you came out to before your mother. And I was like, and then I came out to my mum very late. At that time, I had left, I was living in London and going out to all sorts of nights, and parents worry. And the reason why they worry is because of what the media puts out there and how certain parts of the LGBT community is looked upon and how people carry on. And I think one of the most important things is people have to remember that they are representing, they're representing a community, a group of people that someone's child is going to be a part of. And so we all have to set a good example in more ways than one. And so, that was my journey. I finally came out fully to my mother at the age of probably about 22. But I came out already to my friends at 18. As a person as a black person, there's a lot of stigma around, there's a lot of rewinding to historical times, and I totally get it.
Yeah.
But
I think
it's a long journey.
I think it's interesting if you do have, multiple different identity markers, how some people almost react like, well, okay, so you're disabled. Isn't that enough for you? Why stop being so greedy? You want some other labels as well? And it's like, well, we can all be more than one thing, right? I'm thinking particularly as well of sexuality, and kind of when disabled people try to express their sexuality or be sexy, sometimes people can be quite shocked or resistant to that idea. Lucy, how's that been for you?
No, I think you're absolutely right. I think that often it's like you say. I feel like when I came out, and I feel I was very, very shy teenager, and I think when I came out, then I basically just did it by dropping loads of hints, and just thinking one day they'll guess, and I won't have to tell them. So I feel, but I think that like Ebony said, there was kind of like a concern, like, oh God, like Lucy's saying she's queer and she's also disabled. Like, what is she doing? Like, how is she going to cope with life? And I think that you're often very desexualized as a disabled person. And I was speaking to Ace Anglia a few weeks ago. I think in terms of people with learning disabilities, I think it's often it's even worse. I mean, it's simply that kind of you won't really be believed. The idea is, but you don't really know, do you? You don't really know what your sexuality is. And I think, I think maybe with just kind of disability and sex are kind of seen as just two separate things. Like it doesn't happen, it doesn't come together. Yeah. But it's like, sorry guys, it does.
Yeah. Oh, it really does. Yes, we are all. I'm not going to swear. No, but we're all having lots of fun.
Adults of a certain age.
Yes, adults having adult fun. Yes, very good. So something I wanted to talk about was when you are disabled and you have a kind of a difficult relationship to your body, that can make it really confusing sometimes, especially as well if you are trans. I'm a trans woman, and my relationship to surgeries and things like that is really complicated, because there's some times where I've had kind of voluntary things and I'm really taking ownership of my body, but then also it's taken away from me by other things. And so it can be really weird, this feeling of having this body that you don't have masses of control over. How does that feel familiar?
Yeah, very much so. I have been known to refer to my body as the meat suit on days I'm not pleased with it. No, it is the meat suit, because me is like up here doing my thing, and then, well, frankly, this thing just does whatever it likes. I ain't got a say in it. so navigating that, you know, you're growing up and you're growing into your body, and it's like, do I dislike these parts of my body because of things related to gender, or do I dislike them because I'm frankly sick of putting up with it? And so it really does influence how you see yourself and how you grow into your sexuality and your gender identity, because I don't know, it's not true for everybody with disability, but I certainly feel a level of disconnect, and reconciling those two parts are certainly a bit interesting.
Yeah. And it makes me think of as well, there's a huge overlap between trans and non-binary identities and neurodivergence. And there's, and there's something to me about if your kind of, your brain is naturally kind of wired to question systems and work out what actually serves you and what doesn't, that really feeds very neatly into transness and non-binariness. Yeah, that's right. Do you agree?
And Courtney and the disability campaigner and the business of the panel. And I know you can tell me to go away. And one of the things that I had done, one of the things we talked about in the neurodiversity data group is how a lot of autistic and neurodiverse people who are quite non-binary come out because they lead and they start to lead in social conflict, they lead because they struggle with social concepts as autistic and neurodiverse people, they are more likely to do outside the binary. I don't know if that makes sense, sorry.
Yeah, there's a huge overlap in these identities and disabilities and things. Are you staying with us? It's up to you. Thank you. Okay, so we are kind of running a bit low on time, so should we move into the very exciting question, which is, what do you find joyful or powerful about being disabled and queer? What are some of the joys and the powers and the lovely happy bits that your experience affords you?
Well, when I was a teenager and I used a wheelchair in high school for the first time ever, it was quite daunting. And the night before, I dyed my hair bright blue. So I went to school with a bright blue wheelchair and bright blue hair, and it was basically like, come at me if you think you're hard enough. If you're gonna stare for one thing, you might as well stay for the party. So I'll be honest, that's kind of just how I've approached fashion and life from there on, really, because people were staring and looking at you anyway, so you might as well have fun with it. If you were gonna get stared at least get complimented on your outfit. I mean...
Who's next?
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I mean, I think for me, one of the biggest moments was when so I left home at 16 and went to live in a residential college, and I learned, like, mobility skills, how to travel, all these things that many people that have no disability don't ever learn how to cook until they go to university, which is a problem. So for me, it's about taking ownership of independence, and I'm a proud cane user, and I would never change it. Basically, it's me.
That's really lovely, Lucy.
So it's really weird to me, because if you'd asked me when I was 16, like, what could you find joyful about being disabled, I would have been like, nothing. But now I just feel I freaking love being disabled. Like, I feel like, yeah, there's loads of challenges, but like Zoe was saying, I feel like it makes you so unique, and I feel like it turns out I might be a bit of a like attention seeker, because I like, you're like. And so I feel like it makes you so unique, but also it makes you so resilient, and your way of thinking around problems, and also your empathy, where you kind of like you get people, like when they're anxious about things, I just feel it makes you empathetic, and the resilience it gives you, because you just have some days you just think like, I can't do this again, but you just do.
There's a huge amount of strength, I think, isn't there, and creativity. What do you find joyful?
I think what we're doing here, we're all up here as disabled, and I think this is joy. This is community, this is resilience, and this is empowerment. And I think there's something that needs to be said about the community, is that when you are part of the marginalised and then you're disabled as well, or you're trans, and then whatever you say, to find other people who are not just disabled, but also want to create change, I think that creates joy. Because let's celebrate, but let's also protest, because we need change. And this is basically what we're doing. We are doing it with you guys with the hope that things will change.
And it's it's so powerful, I think, that we are here with the microphone, so often.
I mean, this kind of thing didn't exist when I was a teenager, and I'm sure those slightly older than me have definitely found that.
Why'd you look at me when you say that?
I did not, rude. Yeah, it's lovely. Because there wasn't anything like this when I was a teenager. How amazing would it have been to have 13-year-old Zoe be able to go to Pride and see other disabled people being themselves?
That actually feeds up really well into our last question tonight. Now, I have been saying this question for a lot longer than RuPaul ever has. My poetry project, Voice Notes to My Child's Self, is all about asking people, particularly queer people, what do you wish you had heard? What do you wish you could say to that younger version of yourself? So I'm going to ask all of the panel, please, to have a think. Let's go in a different order. Lucy, would you like to kick us off? Yeah. What would you say to your younger self?
I think I'd say don't hide yourself. I feel like I spent a lot of my teenage years and my childhood kind of trying to hide the fact I was disabled and really trying to fight against it. And just to say don't hide yourself, you are absolutely worthy of space as anybody else, and you need to be yourself, because you make yourself miserable otherwise. And you deserve to be seen and heard.
Wow, thank you for sharing. Okay, Ebony.
Oh, what would I say? I would say, I think...
Can we just have a little bit of hush at the back? Thank you.
I would say, believe in you. Believe in everything you do. Believe in everything in who you are. And don't let anyone get in your way. That's it. That's it.
I think that I would say that the people who are trying to make you shrink yourself and who aren't listening to you that just keep doing it, because it took a really long time for me to get diagnosed with my condition, and I faced a lot of criticism and prejudice from the people who were supposed to be helping me, because they didn't take what I was experiencing seriously, because they saw a teenage girl and they just went, teenage girl, hysterical, ignore it, they'll grow out of it. Fast forward 5 years later, unsurprisingly, still disabled, never grow out of it. So what I would say to my younger self is just keep on keeping on, really, just keep swimming. Because
Just keep swimming.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're very nearly there. So, but what would you say to your younger self, do you think?
Just hold on, like, things will change and you will be able to be part of that change.
Yeah, things will change and you will be part of that. That's really beautiful. Okay, so we're very nearly finished on our panel here. That's gone incredibly quickly. I would just like to thank all of my panelists for joining me. We have Lucy Edwards, Ebony Rose Dark, Zoe Arnold, Courtney Reed, our surprise guest. I have been Eleanor Wolf, and I would just like to end, we're all going to end. I have a mantra that I say to my younger self, okay? And I'd like us all to say it together. It is, you are strong, and you will prove it time and time again. Are we ready all together? You are strong, and you will prove it time and time again. Thank you very much, everybody. This has been amazing. Thank you all so much for your time. Thank you.
Hello, how are we all doing? I'm Charcuterie, Queen of the Deli, Honey Roast Glam. I'm here to give you a few songs. I'm being very cash. We might even take requests. We'll go wild, who knows? And welcome to this afternoon. Have we had a good Pride so far? Lovely. We've got some lovely acts coming up for you, and I'm just the first of them. So I'm going to do a couple of songs. Sing along if you know the words. You probably will, because I don't have very refined taste. I work all night, I work all day to pay the bills I have to pay. Ain't it sad? And still there never seems to be a single penny left for me. That's too bad. But in my dreams, I have a plan. If I find me a wealthy man, I wouldn't have to work at all. I'd lay up late and have a ball. Let me hear you. Money, money, money. Must be sunny. Not here, is it? Let's be real. Money, money, money. Always sunny. In a rich man's world. Your turn. Go, let me hear you. All the things I could do if I had a little money. It's a rich man's world. It's a rich man's world. A man like that is hard to find, but I can't get him off my mind. Ain't it sad? And if he happens to be free, I bet he wouldn't fancy me. Poor taste, really poor taste. So I must leave, I've got to go to Las Vegas or Monaco and win a fortune in a game. My life will never be the same. Why? Money, money, money must be funny in a rich man's world. Money, 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 always sunny in a rich man's world. All the things I could do if I had a little money. It's a rich man's world. Well, there's a key change here. Money, money, money must be funny in a rich man's world. Money, 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 always sunny in a rich man's world. All the things I could do if I had a little money. It's a rich man's world. It's a rich man's world. That was cute, wasn't it? How are we all doing? I am going to let you know. There's no fourth wall here. It is not even the illusion of me being on a stage. Let's be real. I'm on the same floor you are. I could. I don't know if the mic would reach, but I could come right up to you and talk in your face. I will in a minute. I'll join you in a minute. Who, by show of hands, for whom is this their first Pride? Yes, yay! Hello, welcome, happy Pride, happy Pride to everyone, but particularly to those for whom it's their first Pride. Should I do another one? I'll do another one. I tell you what, my phone struggles with Face ID when I put this makeup on. Thankfully, with or without the makeup, my head still looks like an egg, so it gets it most of the time. Have we got any Disney fans in? Right, I've sung this once aloud before. Let's see what happens. They really won't like you on the live stream for this one. Disney, they're very litigious. Sorry. Oh, no, that was the track. It's fine. It's a very long intro, so I can self-indulgently point out, no, I'm not wearing shoes. No, I don't care. My feet unfortunately know a little magic. It's a talent that I always have possessed. And dear lady, please don't laugh. I use it on behalf of the miserable, lonely, and depressed, pathetic, poor, unfortunate souls in pain, in need. This one longing to be thinner, that one wants to get the girl, and do I help them? Yes, indeed. Those poor, unfortunate souls, so sad, so true. They come flocking to my cauldron, crying, spells, Ursula, please, and I help them. Yes, I do. Now it's happened once or twice. Someone couldn't pay the price, and I'm afraid I had to rake 'em across the coals. Yes, I've had the odd complaint, but on the whole I've been a saint to those poor unfortunate souls. You've got your looks, your so-so face, and don't underestimate the importance of body language. Ooh, the men up there don't like a lot of blabber. They think a girl who gossips is a bore. Yes, on land it's much preferred for ladies not to say a word. And after all, dear, what is idle prattle for? Come on, they're not all that impressed with conversation. True gentlemen avoid it when they can. Yet they doubt and swoon and fawn on a lady who's withdrawn. It's she who holds her tongue. Come on, you poor unfortunate soul. Go ahead, make your choice. I'm a very busy woman and I haven't got all day. It won't cost much, just your voice. Poor unfortunate soul, so sad, so true. If you want to cross a bridge, my sweet, you've got to pay a toll. Take a gulp, take a breath, go ahead and sign the scroll. Flotsam, jetsam, now I've got 'em, boys. The boss is on a roll. You poor unfortunate soul. So we do like Disney then. We like Disney. Heavens. I said it wouldn't cost much, just your voice. I tell you what, I'm going to do one more and then I'm going to bring on the... Oh, I'm so ready for this next act. Hang on. One more? Have we got one more? Yeah, one more. Okay. Sometimes I think it's funny to subvert expectation. Bye, take care, happy Pride. So this is the straightest song I will ever sing. Don't worry, I camp it up anyway. I told you it's camp. What could it be? I'm not Noel Gallagher, but we'll give it a go. Today is gonna be the day that they're gonna throw it back to you. By now you should have somehow realized what you gotta do. I don't believe anybody feels the way I do about you now. And all the roads we have to walk are winding. All the lights that lead us there are blinding. There are many things that I'd like to say to you, but I don't know how. Backbeat, the word is on the street that the fire in your heart is out. I'm sure you heard it all before, but you never really had any doubt. I don't believe anybody feels the way I do about you now. And all the roads we have to walk are winding. All the lights that lead us there are blinding. There are many things that I'd like to say to you, but I don't know how. second. I don't know what I'm going to do for it yet, but we'll figure it out. I don't really do dance breaks. I just have a seat. Chat amongst yourselves for a second. What a lovely bar. I don't do dance breaks, I said. Hang on, what have we got in the rest? Bit of that, nothing. I'll sing again, shall I? Maybe you're gonna be the one that saves me. 'Cause after all, you're my wonderwall. Maybe you're gonna be the one that saves me. 'Cause after all, you're my wonderwall. It gives me incredible pleasure to introduce to the stage just all-round creative force, really. Please go wild for Sean Posey!
Please hold for some technical issues. all doing. It's getting to kind of late in the afternoon. Is everyone drunk yet? But too early. No? One's drunk. Oh, getting there. Nice. Keep going, keep going. Keep up the work. Nice to see everyone here. Are we having a good Pride so far? Yeah! I'd like to say a huge thank you before we properly begin to all of the organizers that worked their arse off trying to get this year sorted after 2 years of absolute shenanigans. So, yeah, welcome to Live Art and hope you enjoy. Some more 70s tunes. Careful what you wish for. again. So, I'm too short for this. This is heightist. I'm sorry, I was born this way, I'm sorry. So what you don't know is probably you're looking at me, you're like, this seems like a pretty chill character. But what you don't know is when I'm a lot like this, spitting paint into my mouth. 9 to 5. I'm actually trained to be a lawyer. It's true. I'm training to be a human rights lawyer, and I'm so close to the end of my training. So really, thank you. So that's why I wore a suit today, is so that when you see me, you know. I'm a career boy. Just microphone. Oh, it's not good for small people. But basically, let me struggle for a bit. Oh, as you can see. Oh, thank you. Oh, much better, thank you. Oh, thank you. It's a homophobic microphone until then. As you can tell, this is technically an art show. And when it comes to painting, it's usually very highbrow. So I want to listen to something very highbrow with you while I actually get some work done on this painting. If that's all good with you, please hit it, Mr. Sir. Thank you very much. So now I've had a bit more time actually painting. Are we getting closer to who it is that I'm painting? Can we yell it? Yes! Thank you. Okay, good. So I'm painting Marsha Bill Johnson because it's Pride. And for anyone who doesn't know, obviously Pride is a time of joy, and we're here for queer joy and gay joy and trans joy. But also, I think it's important to remember that Pride originally started basically quite as a riot. And again, I'd like to remind you that I am training as a human rights lawyer, so I'm here to remind you that, in a country where we have many wonderful things, but just to go on a slight tangent before I carry on, where gay conversion therapy is now ended, fortunately, but trans conversion therapy is still completely legal for some reason. Exactly. Thank you very much, Tiny Boo from the audience. Thank you! And where non-binary identities basically don't legally exist in this country, it's a time to, yes, we should celebrate, but also, I would say, don't be complacent. And it is a time to remind ourselves to be joyful and grateful and have fun, but also, this is a time to stand up for our human rights. So, thank you. Please. So, it's going to be my last song. I know. And before I go, I just want to kind of acknowledge that I know everyone's been in different boats in the same kind of shitty storm, but I think it's okay to acknowledge that it's been pretty crappy last few years. And you know what? Sometimes that's the making of us. I'm not saying it's okay that bad things happen, but sometimes you find out who you are in the shittest moments. So, yeah, great to see everyone. Have a great Pride. Thank you very much. Happy Pride, everyone!
Keep it going for Sean Posey! That was pretty amazing, wasn't it? Oh, Sean, would you mind telling everyone what's happening with this afterwards?
So thirsty, I forgot to say. Thirsty in more ways than one. So this is for auction, and the funds are going to go to the next year's Pride. So please, if you are interested, please give generously. The team has worked so hard to put this event on after 2 quite fundamentally shitty years, I would say it's fair to say. So yeah, please give generously. If you can't give, please tell anyone who might be interested. And most importantly, enjoy yourselves. Okay, thank you.
Sean Posey, everyone. Keep an eye on Suffolk Pride social. Oh, thank you very much. Keep an eye on Suffolk Pride socials for a post about this gorgeous portrait of the legendary Marsha P. Johnson. Do we fancy a little bit more music? I'll stand up in a second, Jen. I'm noticing people pointing out that I'm stooping. We're going to reconnect, so I'm going to give you 30 seconds to talk amongst yourselves about what you're going to have for dinner whilst I reconnect my phone to the old Bluetooth, and we'll give it a go. What I am. I am my own special creation. So come take a look. Give me the hook. Oh, hello. It's my world that I want to have a little pride in. My world, and it's not a place I have to hide in. Life's not worth a damn till you can say, hey world, I am what I am. I am what I am. I don't want praise. I don't want pity. I bang my own drum. Some think it's noise. I think it's pretty. And so what if I love each feather and each spangle? Why not try to see things from a different angle? Your life is a sham till you can say, hey world, I am what I am. I am what I am, and what I am needs no excuses. I deal my own deck, sometimes the ace, sometimes the deuces. There's one life and there's no return and no deposit. One life, so it's time to open up your closet. Life's not worth a damn till you can And what I am is all full of pride vibes. How are we doing? We've got something very exciting for you in a minute. So, 1 second. I have to keep doing the whole egg face thing. There we go. I'm going to do one more, and then we're going to get a special guest on, if that's all right. So, a couple of weeks ago, well, I'll tell you what. I'll do a song, and then I'll introduce our guest, and then we'll have a lovely rest of our half hour. What do we fancy? Do we fancy a bit of Aretha? Should we keep this chilled vibe going on? We'll keep a fairly chilled vibe going on. I hope Aretha's not litigious. We'll get taken down off the internet. It's fine. Looking out on the morning rain, I used to feel so uninspired. And when I knew I had to face another day, Lord, it made me feel so tired. Before the day I met you, life was so unkind, but you're the key to my peace of mind. 'Cause you make me feel, you make me feel like a natural woman. And when my soul was in the lost and found, you came along to claim it. I didn't know just what was wrong with me till your lips helped me name it. Now I'm no longer doubtful of what I'm living for. And if I make you happy, I don't need to do more. 'Cause you make me feel, you make me feel like a natural woman. Oh, baby, what you done to me. Ooh, you make me feel so good inside. And I just wanna be so close to you. You make me feel so alive. You make me feel, you make me feel, you make me feel like a natural woman. Oh, you make me feel, oh, you make me feel, you make me feel like a natural woman. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, thanks. Now, I'll tell you something. Oh, I thought you were approaching the stage. No. Okay. So, a few weeks ago, you may have seen on the old Suffolk Pride socials, if you're following them, and if you're not, get on that, because it's just at Suffolk Pride, isn't it? It's very straightforward. Couldn't be simpler, at Suffolk Pride, on Insta, and I imagine if you type that into Twitter and Facebook, you'll find them as well, no doubt. It's fairly straightforward. A couple of weeks ago, I ran a drag workshop, and it was very good fun. And we had some wonderful people come along and give it a go. And how are you feeling? Do you want to give it a go? Yeah. Yeah. Please give a warm welcome to Babushka! Now, Babushka, whilst I log in with my painted egg face, Babushka has been doing drag for 3 weeks?
3 weeks, yeah.
3 weeks, yeah. So, I hope you're all going to be as warmly welcoming of them as I am. I cannot wait to see this. Are you ready? Should we give it a go? It's just that track, yeah? Lovely. Please go wild for Babushka!
She wanted to test her husband. She knew exactly what to do. Suiting in to fool him. She couldn't have made a worse move. She sent him scented letters, and he received them with a strange delight. Just like his wife, but how she was before the tears. And how she was before the years flew by. And how she was when she was beautiful. She sang the letter on. Babushka, 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 yeah, yeah. Babushka, 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 yeah, She wanted to take it further, so she arranged a place to go to see if he would follow for her incognito. And when he laid eyes on her, he got the feeling they had met before. Uncanny how she reminds him of his little lady. Capacity to give him all he needs. Just like his wife before she freezed on him. Just like his wife when she was beautiful. He shouted out, I'm all yours. Babushka, 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 yeah, yeah. All yours. Babushka, 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 yeah, yeah. All yours. Babushka, 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 yeah, yeah. Babushka, 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 yeah, yeah. Babushka, 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 yeah, yeah. Babushka, 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 yeah,
Give it up for Babushka! Oh! So, I believe, I may be incorrect, I believe, was that your first performance?
Yes, it was.
Give it up for drag debuts here at Suffolk Pride! Oh! Once more, give it up for Babushka! I tell you what, if you're ever wondering, shall I do drag? The answer is always yes. Just give it a go. Can't look worse than me. As proof. Come on. Turns out Apple's homophobic. It doesn't like me. Right, there we go. I tell you what, I reckon I've got time for two more. Two more? Two more. So, whenever you do cabaret or hosting, I've been told what you're meant to do is treat your numbers like you treat Maltesers. One for you, one for them, one for you, one. Now, I've never done that with Maltesers, But I can do that with songs. So, I'm giving you the illusion of choice. One of these is for you, one of these is for me. You decide which is which. We're going to end on... Can you tell I've not planned my set list? Can you tell? Let's do a bit of 80s, and then we'll see how we're feeling. It's not illegal to dance if you want. The power of love is a curious thing. Makes one man weep, make another man sing. Change your heart to a little white dove. More than a feeling, that's the power of love. Tougher than diamonds, rich like cream. Stronger and better than a bad girl's dream. Make a bad one good, make a wrong one right. The power of love will keep you up at night. It don't take money, don't take fame. Don't need no credit card to ride this train. It's strong and it's sudden and it's cool sometimes, but it might just save your life. That's the power of love. That's the power of love. First time you feel it, it might make you mad. Next time you feel it, it might make you sad. But you'll be glad, baby, when you found that's the power that makes the world go round. It don't take money, don't take fame. Don't need no credit card to ride this train. Strong and it's sudden and it's cool sometimes, but it might just save your life. They say that all in love is fair, but we don't care. 'Cause you know what to do when it gets hold of you. And with a little help from above, you feel the power of love. You feel the power of love. Can you feel it? Wow! Okay, now I will point out, when I'm talking about the power of love, I'm not just talking about love for your partner, for your friends, your family, your sister, uncle, mother, brother, sis, partner, lover. I'm talking about the power of self-love. So, if you come out today with less than love for yourself, I want you to take 1 second, one tiny second, and love yourself. It feels good, doesn't it? Maybe not like that at the back, you'll go blind. I've seen it happen. Don't need money, don't take fame, don't need no credit card to ride this train. Stronger than diamonds and tougher than steel. You won't feel nothing till you feel. Feel the power of love. That's the power of love. Feel 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 the power of love. Oh. Now, I hasten to add, that song came out before I was born, just for those of you who are taking bets. I am younger than I look, and feel older than I look. Now, I'll tell you what. By show of hand, we'll do it in a second. Do we want an up-tempo or a ballad to end on? Because I will stress now, this is the last part of the day on the art stage at Suffolk Pride. Up-tempo, okay. Now, there is good news. Whilst it's the last thing that happens here, you go out of that door, walk round to the left, and you got the main stage for another, hour and a half. And then, you got the after party, Is it a boom bar? Boom battle bar. Oh, it sounds very intense. Very intense. There's axe throwing and a spinny table that you can get your photo taken on or something. Karaoke. I mean, what more do you need? Boom battle bar. It's in the Butter Market. Boom battle bar. Yeah, that's it. Okay, we're going to end on an up-tempo. I'm going to need your help singing this because, you know, it's been a long old day. I'm a little bit tired. I did sing this on the main stage, so soz if you saw me there, but I've only got so many songs. This is a lovely song by Kelly Clarkson. Do sing along, you will know the words. Even if you don't think you do, you'll realise. You're welcome to get on your feet, because you'll have to leave in a second anyway. Here's the thing, we started out as friends. It was cool, but it was all pretend. Yeah, yeah, since you've been gone. You're dedicated, you took the time. It wasn't long until I called you mine. Yeah, yeah, since you've been gone. And all you'd ever hear me say is how I picture me with you. That's all you'd ever hear me say. Let me hear you. Since you've been gone, I can't breathe for the first time. I'm so moving on. Thanks, babe. Thanks to you. Now I get what I want. Wait for it. Since you've been gone. Ooh. How did you do it? You put me on. I even fell for the stupid love song. Yeah, yeah. Since you've been gone. How come I never hear you say, I just wanna be with you? Guess you never felt that way. Let's go! Since you've been gone, I can't breathe for the first time. I'm so moving on. Thanks to you, now I get what I want. Had your chance, but you blew it. Out of sight and out of mind. Shut your mouth, I just can't take it. Again and again and again and again. Oh, it's delicate now. Since you've been gone, I can't breathe for the first time. So moving on, yeah, yeah. Thanks to you, now I get what I want. All right, should we do the welly? Let's do it. Since you've been gone, I can't breathe for the first time. So moving on. Thanks to you, now I get what I want. Since you've been gone. Take care of yourselves, take care of each other. I have been Charcuterie. Have a lovely Suffolk Pride.
Everybody give it up for charcuterie. Look, I got you a flower, darling. I got that just for you. Oh my goodness. Thank you all so much, everybody. That concludes the art stage now for tonight. That was our last number, but the fun continues. If you would all like to make your way over to the main stage over there, it has stopped raining, but the fun continues as we have our headline acts are starting on the main stage very soon, okay? Thank you all so much, Have a wonderful rest of your evening. And we'll see you at the after party at the Boom Battle Bar as well. Okay, fabulous. Good night, children. Thank you.